Alrighty, we are live, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just check how we sound real quick. I'm gonna check Twitch first. Alright, Twitch is running smooth. Now let's check my boys on YouTube. And both are sounding perfect. Alright, so what is going on, everyone? DeAndre Hawk 7 here, and we're back with some more Pokemon Legends ZA shiny hunting. Again, like last time, we're just hunting some shinies in this game. So hopefully luck is on our side today. So yeah, just a little chill stream where we explore Lumiose, hunt for whatever shinies we can find, and you know, hopefully we get some sparkles midstream. So yeah, let's get this show on the road. Let's get this show on the road. Oh wait, what am I doing? Alright, let's check to see what alphas we got here. A Glade and Rose Raid. Two great shinies, honestly. Gardevoir and Electros. I would welcome both with open arms. Pressed the wrong button. fingertips. Also, what's going on, Ghost Bunny? Second place to a clinker. Well, now you're number one again. Finally got home, got some Lego sets along the way. Nice. What type of Lego sets? You should not be trusted with money. You've spent like $200 on... I heard something. It wasn't the shiny sound. I don't think it was, at least. Oh, Lego Minecraft. But yeah, Legos are like hella expensive for no reason. Oh, it's the little chimes I was hearing in the theme. I was like, what? I was like, what did I just hear? Whoa. I don't remember the last time I had a Lego set. I think it was a Lego Star Wars set or something like that. And I used to collect like the little minifigures. Why did I forget that Chikorita was in here? Lego building stream? Nope. I don't have the patience to do that. Like, literally, every time I got Legos, I would just take the minifigures out. I would never build the sets along with them. It It was basically the equivalent of getting a Happy Meal just for the toy. Wait. Oh no, that's just the lighting. I was like, wait a minute. I was so confused. Why is he so... I was like, why is he so luminescent? Will I ever get a shiny? Find out in the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. One's bound to spawn eventually. I know I could just do the bench method over and over again until I get a shiny, but that's too boring for me. Like, I have to do something in the game. Don't know how I feel about the, I don't know how I feel about the basis for the DLC. Because at least with every time we got like a DLC, we like went to like either like a new region or, you know, like a new area or whatever. But this time it's you're just going to Lumiose City, but it's white. Like, I don't know how I feel about that. Literally the same area, but white. Like, everything is white. The only saving grace is that Mega Chimecho right now. Tepig. Yo, Tepig, I'm gonna need you to shine real quick. Let me get something cool. You too, Aggron. And it's white, so it's racist. As long as I don't get a Pidgey again, I don't care what shiny I get. Why must you taunt me, Totodile? A shiny alpha Pidgey would be so disrespectful. I would catch it only because it's an alpha, but I'd be a little pissed that it would be a Pidgey. Considering I found 3. Probably even 4, because I remember I did hear the shiny sound go off during my playthrough of Legends EA, like way early, like probably part 2 or 3 in my playthrough. I never found out what it was, but I'm pretty sure it was probably a Pidgey. Knowing my luck, it was probably a Pidgey. At least they made up for it with the, Dragalge afterwards. Like, Pidgeot is cool and all, but, like, I don't need 3 of them. That bird that I hate. Would be cool for Malamar to shine. But clearly we can't have nice things, so. But man, I'm so excited for Thanksgiving break, man. Have a week of just doing nothing. Yeah, you're not shiny. Or are you? He's not. He ain't shiny. The way he gallops. Okay, bro. Calm down. Look at him. Oh, he tweaking. Oh, he tweaking. Oh, whoops. He was tweaking. Oh, yeah. Wednesday we're supposed to be getting new Mega Evolutions revealed. Where did this ominous ass fog come from? He's on the fence. That's what I'm saying, man. Y'all, they gotta stop taking these drugs, man. They gotta stop with these drugs, man. High off them perks right now. Bro is tweaking. Oh, Chandelure, how I wished you were a shiny right now. Top 10 rappers ruined by Fent. Keep pressing the wrong button because the layout on this controller is freaking stupid. Some genius thought instead of putting the screen share and not screen share, like the screenshot and the home button in the middle, they decided to put the minus and plus button there. I don't know who decided to make that decision, but that was a very foolish one. Chandelure. Crazy. I don't know what I'm doing. Just give me a shiny starter and I will leave this zone, please. I don't care who it is at this point. I don't care if it's one of the Kanto starters. I don't care if it's Tepig. I don't care if it's Chikorita. I don't care if it's Totodile. Just give me one so I can leave. And then we'll come back here whenever. Sideshot. I mean, freaking Malamar. Come on, man. Like, what we doing here, bro? What are we doing here? And why is Lucario mad for no reason? Bro got freaking demolished by that freaking Psyshock. That devious lick. That devious lick, man. I remember when that whole thing was trending. It was going on, Crispy. You just finished a musical piece? Nice. Lucario's just racist. Based Lucario. You know what? I could believe that. You're doing good. Hope the same for me. Eh. Suck, like I said, still sucks not having a debit card at the moment. But, you know, other than that, I'm doing great. Chikorita, listen, my child. Listen, my child. If you're gonna be an alpha, you can at least be shiny. All right, man. I'm just saying. Yeah, thanks to whoever hacked into my debit card. Now I gotta wait like about a week. Apparently, Pokopia isn't on the Switch 1, but it can still be game shared. Yeah. I did say that on the I did say that during the little Discord discussion we had. It's a Switch 2 exclusive, but it can be shared to the Switch 1 via game share. You thought I meant the Switch 1 had it? Oh, you read it wrong. Yeah, you probably read it wrong, because I felt like I was clear as day when I said that. Which is why I need a Switch 2. So I can play it. And this one guy on TikTok, because I did like a little short, basically covering the 10-minute trailer. This one person was like, "It's just Animal Crossing and Pokemon combined," and I'm like, and people are still going on about the graphics, and I'm like, okay, if you thought the graphics on Animal Crossing, on any of the Animal Crossing games were stellar, you might need to get your eyes checked, alright? The game looks fine. This person really sat here and typed out, "Oh, I want Skyrim level graphics in my Pokemon games." I'm like, why? Apparently there's more comparisons to a Dragon Quest game. Yeah, it's Dragon Quest Builders, but I've never played Dragon Quest Builders 2. So I'm just gonna call it Pokemon and meets Animal Crossing. This is literally the closest thing we have to its equivalent, because the developers of Dragon Quest Builders is making the game. That's it. I still don't know how I feel about, like, the weird retcon with Ditto transforming to where, like, the face just stays the same. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. Like, I thought it was just for that one specific Ditto back in the Kanto, back in, like, the Kanto, like, the original series anime. But... oh, yeah, baby! Oh! Yes! Shiny Malamar! Oh! Oh my goodness. Now, what ball are we catching him in? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Yep, my friend Malamar. What is a good ball for you? What is a good ball for you, my friend? Nest ball? I'm thinking luxury. I'm thinking luxury. But a nest ball is also a good suggestion. I don't want to deal with Dragalge. My friend. My friend. I'm actually going to save a little closer, so I don't screw up. I should also get my luxury ball ready. So, over here, over here. Ooh, a level ball? Ooh, a level ball might be nice. Okay, if the level ball doesn't work... okay. I'm going to try and snipe him. So don't turn around here. Don't turn around. Malamar. Please. Okay. No. A Dedenne? Oh, that's an alpha Dedenne. I was like... Come on. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Alright, let me actually, let's check him. Hell yeah. Alright, let's see what you got. Let's see what you got for me. No, I wasn't trying to check your IVs. Oh wait. Everything is actually displayed here. So you have a haughty nature. Okay. That's it. So you have good attack but low special defense. I mean, that could work. I'm still going to give you like an adamant nature, but awesome. Oh man. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. W shiny, man. W shiny. Also, now I have to go ahead and what just happened to YouTube? Oh, I thought my freaking gameplay like shut off or whatever. All right. The shiny sparkle radius is pretty small. Let me see. How do I replace it? Right here, properties, browse. Where's Melamar? There you are. I'm just glad that they brought back like the little... They kind of brought back like the little sparkles around it, like from Let's Go. That was nice of them. Watch them like get rid of that in the next mainline games. Bring back Let's Go. Yeah, I don't know why they never bothered to make another Let's Go game. They said that if Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee did pretty well, they would make more Let's Go games, and then we just never got we never got any continuation of the Let's Go series. Such a shame too, because I actually really had a lot of fun playing Let's Go. Does it get a little boring after you beat the game? Sure, but I mean, I still enjoyed it. Probably because people didn't like the chibi art style. I think it was more just the Pokemon Go mechanics that people didn't like, because I know some people like people from what I've heard from a lot of people, like Let's Go, and I agree personally, Let's Go is the best looking game on the Switch, honestly. But it's from what I've heard from a lot of people, they really didn't like the Go mechanic from what I've seen. Also because it's another Kanto remake. Yeah, a lot of people whine about the Kanto stuff. Unfortunately, I don't have a problem with it since majority of my favorite Pokemon are from Kanto. Like, I literally looked at all of, like, I actually looked at a percentage. I looked at the percentage of every single one of my favorite Pokemon. Most of them are Gen 1 Pokemon. Which is funny because I don't have any nostalgia for Gen 1. It's just that there's some iconic designs there. The Go mechanic made sense for the game. I mean, yeah, it's Let's Go. So I don't know why people didn't like that. The whole point is that it was supposed to bring casual players from Go into the mainline franchise. But whatever. You also like it in that you fight the bosses, then catch them? Yeah, at least you have to fight, like, the legendaries and stuff like that to catch them. Crazy how people say Kanto has the worst Pokemon because they're simple. Yeah, that is such a stupid argument in my opinion, because like a lot of people say that, but I'm like, it was the first generation. Of course it's gonna be simple. Like, what? It's like the first part to JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Of course it's probably the most boring compared to the other following parts, because you know, they didn't really know where they were gonna head with JoJo by then. Same thing with the same deal with Pokemon. Electrode is just a ball, Butterfree is just a butterfly. Yeah, and Butterfree is literally one of my favorite Pokemon of all time. Like, just because it's simple doesn't mean it's a bad concept, you know? Like, Muck is just a pile of sludge, but I love that guy. He's awesome. Like, now there are some where it's like, okay, this is just a boring concept because like, and I also think that Butterfree also gets a pass for most people since, you know, Ash had one in the anime too. But, you know, there's Pokemon that I don't really care for, like Dugong. Like, it's just a seal with a horn on its head. Same thing with Sea King, it's just a goldfish with a horn on its head. Loki, I might switch up the location after this run around. Yeah, Loki, I might switch up the location. Dugong is just mediocre, not gonna lie. Yeah, like I'm someone who can say something positive about most Pokemon, but I don't hate Dugong either. It's just, yeah, we need a regional variant, either a regional variant or an evolution, something, literally something. Like, if they're gonna slowly give every mega evolution, every Kanto Pokemon something to make them relevant again, like, please give Dugong something. Like, come on now. Yeah, make him Poseidon. Alright. Let's go to another location. Let us go to another location. Also, I need to get one of them, like, back support things for my computer chair. That would be great. I don't want to eventually grow. I don't want to, like, go into, like, my later adult years with a freaking hunchback or whatever. Have back problems and all that. I could go for Staryu. Yeah, I could go for Staryu. I mean, I already have a Staryu technically, but not in this game since, you know, you don't want your neck to be lopsided. Dude, I remember I saw this one video and it was like one of those like interviewer type content creators where they just go up to random people and just interview them, you know, that low effort stuff. And in the background there was like this poor old dude. Bro was literally like, bro's neck was literally like this, just walking. I'm like, I know bro is suffering. I know bro is suffering. Oh my goodness. All right, where is? Yeah, right here. Do I want to go here though? Nah. What was bro doing as a kid? Dude, I don't even know, man. I don't even know. But I was just thinking to myself, I was like, honestly? You know, screw it. Screw it. We'll do one of the more lazier hunts. We'll do one of the more lazier hunts. Just teleporting back and forth. If that leads me to having a shiny alpha Ampharos, then so be it. Or Froakie, that would be cool. I keep forgetting that the Kalos starters have Mega Evolutions now. Oh, golly, I didn't mean to do that. But yeah, man, like, when I saw that video, I was like, yeah, I need to, like, I can't let myself go like that, man. I can't let myself go like that. Having back and neck problems as a child, man. Oh my goodness. That Froakie will shine for me eventually. I always forget what shiny Floppy looks like. Doesn't it get like a pink orb on its tail or something? Okay, there's a little Starmie over there. I'll even take Barbaracle. I'll even take Barbaracle. But yeah, usually when people usually like critique Kanto and Johto, I'm just like, they were the first 2 generations. They didn't really know where they were taking the series at the time. Like, that's not really their fault, you know? And they also didn't expect to get so big. Yeah, that's also true. People also forget, like a lot of people are like, oh, Johto's a bad region because it piggybacks off of Kanto. I'm like, well, one, the reason it does that is because Gold and Silver were supposed to be the last games in the franchise, and they didn't expect it. Like you said, they didn't expect the franchise to be so big, so they decided to continue it. And then there's also the fact that, you know, a lot of Johto Pokemon were scrapped from Gen 1, so they just decided to reuse those. Ooh, an Alpha Shiny Barbaracle would be nice. Every time I want like every time I say I want a Shiny Mega, I never get the freaking Alpha. I never get the freaking Alpha. But I'm gonna work with what I have. I will work with what I have. Also, you've seen a lot of Pal World supporters, good game, but the community are comparing Pokemon designs to Dragon Quest designs, saying that Pokemon did it first. Maybe they did, but the Mons were based on the same folklore or yokai. Yeah, that is true. I don't know about the monster design thing. I could have sworn I thought Dragon first. I thought Dragon Quest was first. Let me see. I don't know why people think that, like, I don't know why some people think that that anything that's similar to Pokemon is immediately a Pokemon ripoff when Pokemon wasn't even the first game. Pokemon wasn't even the first game. A blue slime with a shell was compared to Ammonite. Bruh. But I'm like, I remember when I was playing the first Nexamon game and someone was like, what is this Pokemon ripoff? And I was like, or no, they were like, oh, they need to sue this game. And I was like, why? Just because it has similar elements to Pokemon doesn't mean it's a Pokemon ripoff. you know? Does every platformer need to be, is every platformer labeled? I mean, with that logic, Kirby is a ripoff of, Mario, you know? Because they're both platformers that have the whole power-up concept. Even though Kirby didn't implement power-ups until, like, 2 games later. But still. Also, that 2.5D game, Lumiose, is coming this year, apparently. Really? Could have swore they said it was coming out later. You started using Blender, it's so fun. Nice. You need Nexamon 3, but yeah, I haven't heard anything about it. But to be honest, that's probably a good thing. I would rather they take their time with it than try to rush it out ASAP. Okay, luckily I know that Froakie is light blue. I actually really like Froakie's shiny. Like that simple light blue. Beautiful. A new day is dawning. Hold on, before you do that, let me see if anything shines. Okay, no. It's coming out this year. All right. I'm glad it's coming on to, I'm glad it's coming to Nintendo Switch. Because I would actually consider checking it out. If I had a Steam Deck, then I would have gotten it on there, but since it's not, since it's unfortunately not, we won't be getting it on Steam. I mean, I could theoretically just play it on my computer, but I think it's only for, like, Windows. Unfortunately, I can't get on Mac. Hold on, where is it? Is there a bench nearby? There should be a bench nearby. I wish there was a faster way to, like, travel. Like on ground, I mean. Y'all don't happen to have a bench in here, right? Y'all don't have a bench in here. Also, this solely reminds me of the Z crystals. Like the whole sideways diamond. Nexamon 3 footage was shown in August, apparently. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm just not following the right sources, but they haven't really been doing, like, the best at promoting it. Oh, here we go. But then again, it's not like I'm actually following the developers or anything like that, so. But yeah, I do want to try out that Lumiose. I do want to try out the Lumiose game. That's an interesting concept. Yeah, Dragon Quest came before Pokemon. It came out in 1992. I forgot which zone it was. Here. They're not really promoting it right now. You think just showing off the game, like, in their Discord? Oh, okay. To be honest, I think that's a good thing because I'd rather than, like... I don't like it when developers reveal a game and then they're like, oh yeah, it's coming out, like, 2027 or something like that. I'm like, bro. Like, promote the game when it's close to release, please. Hello, the last time we met after you left, you got a shiny Dragalge. Nice. Also, welcome to the stream, Apollo. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for the shiny Lucario again. Yeah, no problem. Hopefully I can get another one. Well, hopefully Pokemon Home Support comes by the time they, by the time, like, the DLC, sometime, like, after the DLC comes out. I still wasn't expecting the DLC to come out so early. You're currently trying to shiny hunt Totodile. Best of luck with that. It's coming in December. I mean, I know when it's coming out. I'm saying, like, I'm surprised, like, it's coming out so soon. Like, I thought it was gonna come out, like, either, like, January or, like, Pokemon Day, like, in February or something. Oh, Pokemon Home Support coming out in... When did they say that? I'm still laughing at all the people who are like, "Oh, I'm prepping for Legends ZA by shiny hunting for like Chikorita, Totodile, and Tepig, so I can have a shiny team when the game comes out." I'm like, no Pokemon game has had Pokemon Home Support upon release. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean you're prepping? They're like, you never know. I'm like, and I was just like, I mean, as history shows, we were not getting that. Big old Fluffy over there. Officially got your first box of shinies. Nice. That Barbaracle could have easily been a shiny. I'm just saying. Man, I'm so ready for Thanksgiving break, bro. Like, I don't care about Thanksgiving. I'm just glad to have, like, a week of just not doing any, like, college assignments or anything like that. Also, can I scout for a Pokemon through here? Doesn't look like I can. I didn't see any Pokemon, at least. Oh yeah, another thing, Crispy, if you're still here. Another thing with the whole, like, Dragon Quest Pokemon thing is, like, Ken Sugimori literally stated, like, he based his early character designs on Dragon Quest, so... Which was actually drawn by Akira Toriyama, I believe? Okay, I see what you're talking about, Crispy, with the blue blob and the Ammonite like thing. Those aren't even similar. Those aren't even similar. The only thing they have in common is that they are literally blue. They are literally blue with a shell. And it's not even the same type of shell. What? You're never beating this game. Crazy Yami. Where are you at in the game? Dragon Quest and Pokemon designs are similar in that they have the same core characteristics, but still different body shapes and stuff. Yeah, and also same like different and also different character inspirations. Like what? You just got the nice clothes to go to the Maid Girl event. No, that's not shiny. It looked light blue for a split second. You know, the funny thing is, Dragon Quest is literally... Dragon Quest ain't even the first, like, monster catching game either. Like, neither is Pokemon. It's literally Shin Megami Tensei. Like, that was, like, literally the first game that incorporated monster catching elements. But people don't understand that. I don't know. But I think the reason... I think the main reason that people... Is Dragon Quest even a monster catching game? I think there is a game that's kind of similar to it. I think there is monster... Hold on, let me see. Dragon Quest... Monster taming game. Okay, Dragon Quest V has it as its main catching mechanic, since monsters can actually be team members. And then Dragon Quest VIII has you collect specific monsters, so you can do a whole like tournament side quest. I've never played a Dragon Quest game, so this is like the first time I'm learning about it myself. It's not your fault. You do the side missions between main ones and catch everything you can from the zones. I mean, I was doing the same thing too. I was doing the same thing too, so I don't blame you. But I didn't do like every single side quest. I only did specific ones. Hence why I still have a lot of side quests on my map. What are my multiples of shinies? I don't have that many shinies, to tell you the truth. Like literally I have like 2 shiny Pidgeys that I caught from like what, 2 or 3 streams ago. I have shiny... I just caught a shiny Malamar. I caught shiny Dragalge. And then I have a shiny Patrat and a shiny Klefki, both of which I caught during the main story. And then of course the Mareep, the shiny Mareep that you get from that one side quest, if you count that. But yeah, I don't have that many shinies in this game. I probably would have more if I had the shiny charm, but... I'm working on that on my own time. You think you're gonna finish the game before the DLC drops? I think you should be able to. I forgot what rank is Jacinthe again? I forgot what her rank, like what rank do you go to once you beat her? You don't know if you'll finish it before Gen 10 releases. Okay, well, before Gen 10 releases is a bit of an exaggeration. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's A. I think it's A. Oh, is it B? Okay, so Yami said he's rank C. Okay, so then it's rank B then. Okay. Yeah, Corbeau is rank C, so Jacinthe is rank B. No. Grisham. Grisham is who you beat to go to rank A, I believe. I think. You don't even have a shiny charm and you have a full box of shinies. Nice. Yeah, I really don't like shiny hunting in this game. I swear I saw sparkles on that floppy. It's literally just spawning in and out of maps and just running around and stuff like that. They're like, I don't know. And like all of these AFK methods too that I've seen all these other YouTubers do is just like where's the fun in that? Probably shouldn't have done that. Okay, no shiny. Like, I really miss, like, the chain fishing. I miss all that stuff. But yeah, what was I saying about Dragon Quest? Oh, right. Yeah, the only reason why... Never mind. Imagine I get a shiny... Metacham. That would suck. But yeah, the only reason why people compare Pokemon to Dragon Quest is because of the 1998 game in which I believe was Dragon Quest V, in where you could catch them and, you know, fight with them and stuff. Oh, wrong zone. I'm so used to going to zone 20 now. But yeah. Dragon Quest V is where you could, like... Was it? Hold on. Oh, no, 1992. I'm thinking... Yeah, it came out in 1992. Dragon Quest V came out in 1992. And... Yeah, like in the original games that came out before Pokemon, there wasn't really any catching at all. So... It was just generic enemies that, like, most of those monster designs and stuff like that, like, those were just generic enemies that you would fight, you know? It was more like, Dragon Quest is more of like a Zelda game than it is Pokemon. Or am I thinking of Dragon Quest Monsters? Yeah, no, Dragon Quest Monsters came out in 1998, I believe. if I remember correctly. I say that like I was around in the 90s. I wasn't. I think it did. But yeah, I think Dragon Quest Monsters was like the game where you could officially catch monsters. But I really do hate this whole trend of like, you know, a new Pokemon like game, like a new monster taming game comes out, and everyone goes on about how much better it is than Pokemon and stuff like that. And then the next thing you know, oh, it's the Pokemon killer. And then there's all this pointless drama about the game, and then next thing you know, the game just ends up dying because a lot of the people who were just riding the hype train leave that game and go straight back to Pokemon. I mean, look what happened to Temtem. Like, no one has talked about that game. No one talks about that game anymore. And that was back when, like, the whole Sword and Shield nonsense was, like, fresh, man. Now, don't get me wrong. Could Pokemon do better in the graphics department? Of course, absolutely. But does that mean that the games are bad solely because the graphics aren't stellar? Aren't subjectively stellar? Like, yeah, I mean, not really. I mean, not really. You know? Could the city, in my opinion, look a lot better in Legends EA? Of course. But, you know, I still had a blast playing this game. I actually had more fun than I thought I was gonna have. Like I'm having a lot more fun playing. I had a lot more fun playing this game than I thought I would, honestly. I can't tell that Froakie is shiny. It's not. All right. That's a big boy Barbaracle. You know, every time I think of Alpha Barbaracle, like I'm like, that's what Barbaracle size should be. I think I just saw an Alpha. That has to be an Alpha. That thing looks way too big. Yep, that is an Alpha. I was like, that's way too big to be a Phalanx. I don't know why I keep running back to that same specific spot. I don't even know why people keep comparing Pokemon to Palworld. They're not even like the same type of game. Pokemon is an actual like RPG game, like a monster taming RPG, while Palworld is more of an Ark survival game with Pokemon with like monster taming elements. But I do agree, like, Game Freak was, well, not Game Freak, Nintendo was pretty stupid trying to copyright the whole, like, monster catching, like, patents and stuff like that. Like, they were basically making it where, like, any game that has the concept of summoning monsters from a device, they could sue them. That reminds me of when I don't know how many of y'all remember these YouTubers, but the Fine brothers, when they were trying to copyright the word react, and like basically that would give them like purpose to, like, they were trying to trademark it. Yeah, they were trying to trademark the word react, so any channel that had like reaction or reacts in their channel, like, they could copyright them, and all of like the revenue from those channels would go to them, or they could like strike the channel. Like, that was such a that was so scummy. But yeah. But yeah, I really hate this whole like behavior towards, I really hate this whole attitude towards these Pokemon games. Like, you see it with Koromon, you see it with Nexamon, you see it with I mean, the upcoming Lumentale. Not every monster not every monster tamer is a Pokemon clone, quote unquote, guys. Like even when I was playing Nexamon 2, Nexamon Extinction, there were so many people who would come onto the channel and they were just like, "What is this Pokemon ripoff? LOL." And I'm just like, it's not a Pokemon ripoff. Pokemon was not the first game to incorporate that, man. Like, monster taming is like a subgenre of RPGs. You know, that's like calling every first person shooter a Call of Duty clone. You know what I mean? Like, I remember the whole discourse back then when they would say the same about Digimon, you know, how it was it was a Pokemon ripoff, you know. And as someone who likes both franchises, you know, Pokemon is like, obviously I like Pokemon more, and Digimon, well, I haven't played any of the games, you know. I have seen a couple episodes of the show and I thought it's pretty entertaining, you know. As someone who can appreciate both franchises, you know, that couldn't be further from the truth. The whole Digimon is a Pokemon clone thing. They're very different. Very different. And so are most monster taming games. And like I said, I'm not trying to be like a Pokemon, like, I'm not trying to be one of those like toxic Pokemon defenders and stuff like that who just glazes every decision they do. But it's like, come on, man. It's like calling every single crime sandbox game a GTA clone, or every first person shooter a Doom clone, you know, a Doom or Call of Duty clone, you know? I don't know. Like, is Pokemon supposed to be the only monster taming game? You know how boring that would be? You only have Pokemon as the monster taming franchise? It's nearly daybreak. You hear that, guys? It's nearly daybreak. I don't know. If anyone seriously looks at something like Monster Sanctuary or whatever and thinks, yeah, this is just a ripoff of Pokemon, you know, I don't trust your judgment, you know? I honestly don't trust your judgment. Ooh, and a shiny Phalanx would be cool. Like, even more so if, yeah, like, even more so, like, if it's a comment targeted at something like Shin Megami Tensei or Dragon Quest, which both predate Pokemon, mind you. Like, this isn't even just about, like, Power World or anything. This is just, it's just about any game that comes out and then people just immediately start bashing it, calling it a Pokemon ripoff. Very annoying. I'm gonna wait for the sun to rise here. But yeah, like, monster taming is a genre, you know? One that was defined and largely dominated by Pokemon, you know? Okay, let's see. Florges. I like how more Florges are showing up now that I've caught one from here. But I don't know. I just want these fan bases. I want this fandom to just stop this stupid rivalry. You know, I knew the toxic Pokemon fans were gonna do some stupid stuff when Power World released, but my god, I wish they hadn't gone this far, man. And because of that, Power World fans have gained this kind of superiority complex, especially after it hit 20 million sales when the game first, like, dropped. Yes, I know it's still technically, like, being developed, but it's like, you guys know what I mean. But, like, can we just please stop all this? You know, I just want to go back to loving Pokemon and not having to worry about these toxic wars, man. Like, I don't know what's happened to gaming. Which, low-key, that's a great podcast topic. Yeah, that's a great podcast topic. Ooh, another great topic I could work on. Like, things that Pokemon could improve, and, like, there's things that I like about Pokemon and things that I don't like about Pokemon. I know some people want a game that takes place in, like, every single region. But in all honesty, I don't see how that's gonna work out, if I'm being honest. Like, maybe when there was, like, when there was only gens 1 through 4, hell, even maybe 5, I could see that happening, but like Gen 6 onward, dude, I don't know if we'll ever have a like an MMO, like open world, or like an open world game that has like every single region in it and every single Pokemon. And plus, how would the level scaling even work too? Like like leveling up would have to be like really sparse. Unless it's like when you move to a new region, like whichever Pokemon you have as your partner, or like you have to ditch all your old Pokemon and start brand new again. Like, you know what I mean? Excuse me. And I'm not gonna lie, lie, I think Power World actually does look fun too. Star you? Star, or no, star me. Oh, I didn't mean to go in here. But you know what? Let's see if there's any shinies lurking around here. I'm not gonna lie, I thought that Venipede was shiny for a split second. Okay, we're gonna get rid of this additional one here. Oh, be right back, everyone. My nephew just got here. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Liquidate. Okay. I'd rather do like more exploring and see. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I'm glad basically like any water type move works. Oh, I thought you missed. Let's go in here. Ooh, I didn't even think about that. See if I can find any like shinies and stuff like that. Okay, I'm glad that Ariados is just chill. Like, he ain't bothering nobody. Okay, Klefki just chilling. Are y'all chill? They're chill. I didn't know Scrub was chill like that. How do you shiny hunt into sewers? Like, like, how do you RNG the guys in here? Or whatever. Whatever them gamers are saying nowadays. Oh, that is an alpha. That is an alpha Noibat, and I'm not going to disturb you. I'm just trying to find my way out of here, I promise. Not here. Oh boy. Okay, what about over here? Well, I could just fast travel, no? I can just fast travel. Then we can just climb up there. Oh. Alright, I'm gonna go back. Welcome back, Yami. But yeah, I just get like annoyed. Maybe I shouldn't get too mad about it, but like I just get like really annoyed whenever people refer to monster taming games as Pokemon clones or ripoffs or whatever. It's very obnoxious. For a split second, I thought I got extremely lucky by spawning 2 Starmies. Theoretically, I could save here, and I could save Actually, no, no, no. That wouldn't work. I was gonna say I could save and then like I could keep soft resetting until Starmie shows up. You just took more NyQuil, been dealing with allergies or something the past couple of days, so you'll be around for like another 20 minutes. Well, hope you get better, man, from your allergies and stuff like that. But hey, but hey, if you really need to sleep, you know, you could always just have you could always just have it on like a monitor or a phone in the background and just turn the volume down a bit. Just turn the volume down and just have it on in the background while you sleep. Get that watch time in, you know what I mean? Just a little suggestion. I wish you could turn Pokemon into alphas. That would be cool too. I'm on your PC. Well, even better. You low key though, I really am looking at that Steam machine though. I'm looking at that Steam machine. That'll definitely come in handy for like having something that's basically the equivalent of like a PlayStation or an Xbox on my instead. Because, you know, I really don't want to get a PlayStation or an Xbox just to play like 3 games, you know? That's basically what happened to my PlayStation 4. And plus, I like how you can like customize it. Like I saw like a picture where like you could customize it to look like the Minecraft block. I think that's so cool. I low-key might still get a Steam Deck, but another part of me is interested in getting maybe like a Windows handheld instead. But I don't know. Part of me just feels like I should just ultimately go with the Steam Deck. Because it's not like I'm going to play like crazy like AAA games on it. It's mainly just going to be like indie games and stuff. You know, games that don't take that much processing power anyway. Because, you know, like, little fun fact about me, chat. All these streams since like the Indigo disc, they've been on my. I've been doing these on my like I've been streaming from a MacBook and stuff like that. I've been streaming from a MacBook and all that. So like basically since 2023, I've been like since December of 2023 I've been playing these on a or I've been streaming on a MacBook. I've been streaming on a MacBook. And I know some people are like, "Well, why don't you just get a gaming PC?" Well, I don't have room for a gaming PC, and I don't really want to get a gaming laptop specifically just to play. Like, I don't know. I just feel like getting a laptop is just too much. Like, I would rather just get a handheld PC. So yeah, I'm thinking of just getting a like a Steam Deck or a Steam machine. I might get both actually. I know some people are like, "Oh, you should hold off for a Steam Deck too," but I'm like, I mean, Valve themselves have said that they have no intentions of releasing a Steam Deck 2 until like there's like a huge jump in gaming. So yeah, a new day is dawning. Okay, no shiny. It's actually a lot easier to spot shiny Froakie in the daylight, in my opinion. Oh, where am I going? I keep forgetting I can just fast travel instead of having to run all the way back there. Yeah, it's not shiny. Oh! Oh my gosh. Ain't no way I'm that dumb. Ain't no way I'm that dumb. You can remove the pins. You don't have to run to the air. It's because I was aiming here instead of actually aiming at the needle that I didn't know. Okay. Pokemon finds some clever ways to make me feel stupid, man. Pokemon finds some clever ways to make me feel stupid, man. Absolutely wild. Nah, he ain't shiny. He ain't shiny, chat. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know why people continue to just refer to monster taming RPGs as Pokemon clones, knockoffs, and ripoffs and stuff like that. Like, I get it with the art aesthetic influence and like the gameplay style, but you know, that doesn't mean the games are trying to be Pokemon, you know? Like I don't know, it's like they're doing their own thing, you know, just like any other game that was influenced by things that created a popularized genre. You don't see King of Fighters, you don't see people calling King of Fighters or Mortal Kombat Street Fighter clones, or all fantasy media ripoffs Lord of the Rings. Like Lord of the Rings ripoffs. I don't know. It just annoys me that people do that with any monster tamer game because they push them under. Because I honestly think that you're doing more harm than good by doing that, because it's like you're pushing um like you're pushing them under the shadow of Pokemon, which results in monster tamers basically being either forgotten by the mainstream or called out as being ripoffs of Pokemon, which leaves a negative impression, you know, for some people first discovering who are first discovering monster tamers. Oh, 2-star me. Epic. But yeah, like, if anything, bootlegs and gacha app games of Pokemon should be referred to as ripoffs and knockoffs, not actual creative games. Like games with creative concepts. Oops. I don't understand. I honest to God don't understand these, like, cheap viewers on streamboo.com. Like, I'm not going there. What, for you to steal all my info and hack my computer? Like, come on, dude. Like, get out of here with that. It's taking us. It's sweet time to connect to the chat. Well, let me. There we go. Apparently my bit rate is too high for Twitch. Now it's saying it's stable. Yeah. I don't know why it's saying it's unstable here. Whatever. Alright, my bad about that, mi amigos. Just had to get rid of a bot on my chat. And Frost was looking dead at me. And Frost was looking dead at me, dude. But y'all, shouts out to Anchor. I got one of these like little like Anchor stands, like these like little MagSafe stands for my iPhone. So now like I can have somewhere, like if I'm working on like streams and stuff, like I'm working on making videos or, you know, doing streams and stuff like that, I have somewhere to put my phone while I'm streaming. Such a great, such a useful little gadget. And I can put my phone into standby mode. It's also great so I can like go on there and look up like specific walkthroughs if I'm stuck on a game or something without having to leave OBS or whatever. But yeah, I definitely need to get myself a new definitely need to get myself a camera for filming in the future. Let me look up what shiny floppy looks like again, so I'm not like confused. Because this happens all the time. I'm like, what does this Pokemon look like? Alright, let me see. Shiny floppy. Okay, yeah, it literally just becomes paler and it gets a green orb on its tail. I don't know if I'll be able to tell the difference there. I don't know. What about... Okay, Starmie? Yeah, Starmie becomes like blue and like the little gem turns like purplish. It looks like. And then... What other Pokemon is in here? I know Phalanx is brown. That one's easy. Barbaracle. Where is Barbaracle on this Pokedex? Oh, right here. Barbaracle, I think its claws just become green. Yeah, its claws become green and the orange highlights on its body turn like more of like a bright pink. Which is funny because I already have a shiny Starmie, but, you know, since you can't bring Pokemon from Pokemon... Since you can't bring your Pokemon from Pokemon Home yet into this game, I have to get my own shiny... I have to get a new shiny Staryu until then. But yeah, every Pokemon that I have... Ooh! That would be great. I could bring like my shiny... I could bring my shiny Pikachu in here and evolve it into a Pikachu... into a Raichu, because now there's a reason to evolve it into a Cantonian Raichu. Even though Alolan Raichu is still the better Pikachu. Are you shiny? You're not shiny. You know, I never read these little, like, snippets on the Wild Zones. Wild Zone 5, this zone is spacious but has a few hiding spots, even in the sewers. Move with care. Real. A new day is dawning. Where's the floppy at? No, that's a regular floppy. Let's see if we have anything good here. I can't actually tell. No, that is a regular Froakie. He a little too blue for my liking. He's a little too blue for my liking. By the way, I don't know if there's anyone on my chat right now, but like who's like active on the chat right now, but anyone like went from Apple Music to YouTube Music? Because I remember doing that like a couple years back because I was like, there's really no point using Apple Music because the only advantage Apple Music has over YouTube Music is that my bad, I like zoned out. But the only like difference between Apple Music and YouTube Music is like the fact that Apple Music just has like better quality from what I remember, and that it's more integrated with the iPhone since obviously it's by Apple. Wait, you're lying. Are you? Oh, I saw the freaking man. You only have YouTube, not YouTube Music. You can handle the 30-second ads. It's not really like the ads either. It's like for YouTube Music, if you don't have YouTube Music Premium, you can't like exit the app and listen to the music. Which in my opinion is scummy. Like ads, I wouldn't really care much, but it's like, I mean, don't get me wrong, YouTube Premium, I literally got YouTube Premium because I wanted ads. He's like mocking me. He's like, look at my tail. Like, what you doing, bro? But yeah, I did switch. Like, I remember a couple years back, I think it was around the Indigo Disc DLC, so like late 2023. That was when I switched fully to YouTube Music, and I like slowly integrated all my songs onto the platform. And honestly, I had a much better time with the algorithm because like it actually knows what I want. It actually knows what I want, so and plus it's just a great place to like get it's just a great place to get music when I'm like it's a great place to get music when I'm doing like battle streams and stuff like that. Although I don't think I'm gonna use like third-party music on here because, well, yeah. But yeah, I did do like a little like not experiment. I did do like a little thing where I got rid of, I downgraded from YouTube Premium to YouTube Premium Lite. Yeah, to YouTube Premium Lite, and I just had a bad experience, man. I had a really bad experience with that because I was like, okay, since I'm temporarily switching back to Apple Music right now, I have like a 3-month free trial, but I was like, I'm gonna switch back to Apple Music to see what I've been missing. I do like that new auto mix feature where like it will like seamlessly go like shift into another song instead. Like it's not like it's kind of like crossfade, but it's like it kind of like DJ mixes your song. But it really only works with like pop songs, rap songs, and stuff like that. It doesn't really work well with rock music, which kind of sucks because rock is, especially like new metal. I listen to like a lot of new metal, so that kind of sucks for me. But I can live with it. But low key, I think once my subscription is up, I think I'm gonna go back to. I think I might switch back to YouTube Music, because, you know, it really does have more it really just has more content on there, and especially like unreleased songs and stuff like that. Like I could just listen to that on YouTube Music. And it's also great if you don't want to get freaking Nintendo Music, where you can only listen to Nintendo Music if you're a Nintendo Switch Online subscriber. And it's only on iPhone. I think that's a... Is that a shiny? You're not shiny. There's no way. You're not shiny. That's not shiny. I was bamboozled. And I scared the Froakie away, so that's lovely. I scared the Froakie away, so that's lovely. So now we gotta wait like 20 business days for that Froakie to come back. Are there any like small variants? All I see is medium and large, like the alphas and stuff like that. Are there actually like small variants in this game? If anyone knows. Oh, I just realized I have to pull an all-nighter on Tuesday for sure. Yeah, I gotta pull an all-nighter for Tuesday. Yeah, low-key, chat, I might just make myself a grilled cheese sandwich. Like later, like after I'm done streaming, I mean. Luckily, I don't really have anything to like do later, so I'm literally just chilling. I do love like my slow shift where I went from doing what's it called? Like strictly 2-hour streams to doing like 3-hour streams. Which honestly it ain't bad because, you know, more watch time, of course. So. Oh, the Froakie's back. Nice. Dude, accidentally scaring that Froakie away would be terrible. I think Chespin is the only of the original Kalos starters. Chespin is the only Kalos starter that doesn't, like, run away. Like, he sticks around to scrap. Anyone else actually uses the focus modes, bro? I think the focus modes have been so useful. Like, I use them more than I use, like, that regular Do Not Disturb mode. I don't even touch the Do Not Disturb mode unless I'm, like, watching a movie or something. Like, unless I'm at the movies with a friend. But even then, I'll probably just, like, I'll just turn the ringer on. Or, my ringer off, I mean. Like, I have, like, different I have like different modes. I used to have a study mode for when I was in class, but now that's a shiny Mareep. No, it's not. That's not shiny. Are you? Hold on, let me look at the other Mareep. Or Floppy. No, that ain't shiny. I was tripping. But yeah, like I use that new I do use that new reduce interruptions feature for the focus mode. I only use that when I'm like doing work or something, or if I'm like, or if it's like just like a busy day. If it's like a really busy day, I'll just turn that on and like just, you know, like I'll turn that on and um just so I don't have any notifications come in on my phone, because I don't like I actually turned off like I basically turned off my notifications for like social media and stuff like that. So if it ever takes me a long time to like answer you on like a Snapchat or Instagram or whatever, it's not because I'm ignoring you. It is literally because I don't answer. It's literally because I don't answer. It's because I don't have notifications on. Like, I think I have it set to where basically like it'll show up in my lock screen, but like if I'm on like YouTube or something like that and like you send me a Instagram notification or something, I'm not gonna get that notification. And then I have what's that thing called? I do have like a studio time that I use when I'm streaming or like recording a video or like writing scripts and stuff like that. I think the only ones I allow are like text messages and stuff like that, because like sometimes I'll get like a call or a text from like a family member or something like that when I'm in that mode. I also have like a gaming mode. Like if I if I'm intending on just like staying in and just playing like a video game that I haven't really had time to play because either school or like Uber or something like that, then I'll just play it on my phone. I'll put that on so that way like people don't really like disturb me. I think I only have like Discord notifications on for my gaming mode. And that's really it. I mean, obviously there's the sleep focus, but I don't really use that. That one turns on automatically. Also, I just reminded myself that I need to do some I need to do my Duolingo, and I also need to open some new packs tonight from Pokemon TCG Pocket. What a great way to integrate, like, to, like, get people integrated into, like, the TCG and stuff like that. Nah, he ain't shiny. None of these are shiny, actually. Peep the controller, by the way. Great controller. Loki, I might do like one of those YouTube community posts, and I'll have something say like, "Oh, hey guys, like I'm a Pokemon player, but I do want to get into some other games and stuff." But it is funny though, like people think that because I stream Pokemon and stuff like that, I'm just like always on the game and stuff like that. I literally only get on my Switch when either I have friends over or if I'm just trying to kill time or something like that. Like if I'm waiting for like a if I'm waiting for like a if I'm waiting for like a video to process like after I edited it or whatever, I will like probably play I'll probably play like a quick game or something like that. Like I am like outside of streaming, y'all, like I am not like a gamer. Like I don't play I try not to play a game for more than an hour, and even if I like on my Switch, I don't play any games on my Switch for more than an hour, and even if I am going to do that, it's going to be docked, you know, because you know the Switch doesn't have the best, well, the original Switch doesn't have the best battery life, which I heard is the same for the Switch too, by the way. Like it only has 2 hours like the original. Who knows? How long did it take them to make like an updated firmware for that? Who? Oh. Oh. You know, just for that. Oh, I thought he was gonna attack me. Just for that. I'm not even gonna catch you. You just annoy me. But yeah, I think after my 3 month trial is up, I'm gonna get rid of. I might go back to YouTube Music, honestly, because trying to switch from YouTube Music to Apple Music after so long has been such a. It's been very difficult for me. Yeah, it's been very difficult for me. Speaking of which, I want to try something with my lights real quick. Give me a sec, chat. I have one device that's not connected. I wish I could get one of those like little panel things for my phone too. Or for my room, I mean. Yeah, I see you over there. Oh, there's a little Bellsprout over there. He ain't shiny though. Yeah, there's a Venipede over here. That would be a great Pokemon to hunt, man. That's a great Pokemon to hunt, actually. Let me see your tail. You're not shiny. hold on, let me see something. So it is 16 minutes. Yeah, I don't, yeah, that's kind of regular for like a video game day and night system. To be honest, I understand why they did that though. I do understand why they did that. So that way it's not like, you know, you're playing the game and then you have to wait, you have to like you have to wait until nighttime. Yeah, it's like all of a sudden you have to wait until nighttime just to catch a specific Pokemon. Yeah, I'm glad they did that. That Ampharos was looking dead at me. Okay, I just heard a Venipede. I know you're over here. Where are you at? There you are. Not shiny though. Oh, by the way, according to one of the NPCs, the overworld music in Lumiose City is apparently canon. Like, it's being played over by the speakers. I don't think the battle music is canon, but the overworld music is canon. That's an alpha right there. Just checking. Because a shiny Venipede would be dope. No, that's not shiny. I couldn't tell. Okay, there's Bellsprout. Quick before it becomes daytime. Okay, I don't see a Venipede. Alright. I'm gonna turn this light down real quick. Turn my little studio light down. Well, I turned it off instead. And I'm gonna close my blinds. Actually, while I'm at it, chat, I'm gonna just BRB in general because your boy do gotta use the bathroom real quick. So yeah, I will be right back. And we're back. Anything shine over here? No. Oh wait, that's just a white flower florges. I was like, what? Oh, what am I doing? What am I doing? I need it to be nighttime because I'm going for that Starmie. Well, hoping to get a Starmie. I almost yanked my entire capture card. That would have been terrible. That would have been absolutely terrible. I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, I wish we got like we had like the what are they called? The jet balls? Yeah, I wish we had jet balls back in the game. That would be cool. it's shiny. I know I should be looking in zone 5 as well, but yeah. But you know, I am wondering like where I am kind of like interested to know like where should, or not really what like to know, but like I do wonder what some people think, like where do some people think like the next Legends game should take place. Honestly, short answer, either well, hold on. I was thinking Unova. Yeah, I was thinking maybe Unova. Wait, hold on. Alright, my bad about that, y'all. But yeah, I would like a Legends Kiram or Legends Original Dragon type story. Let me see if there's anything interesting over here. That's like my top, like, that's like my biggest request. That's not shiny. Venipede's a lot brighter than that. Like Unova's like my number one like request. I know some people think because I'm a Johto fan, we should have Johto. We should have a Legends Johto, like a Legends Ho-Oh or something like that, or a Legends Celebi or whatever. But honestly, I would prefer a Legends. I would prefer my biggest request for a Legends game for like the next Legends game is Legend is Unova, like either Legends Kiram or either call it Legends Kiram or the original Dragon, because you've already got the whole story, like you've got the original Dragon before it's split into Reshiram, Zekrom, and Kiram. Ancient Unova as warring kingdoms built around truth versus ideals would fit the Legends formula perfectly. Kind of like how like the Diamond Clan and the Pearl Clan kind of like didn't get along with each other. You could have like different factions where like one faction, like one kingdom focuses on truths and the other ideals. Like maybe one takes place in in like a ancient version of Black City, while like then do you have like the White Kingdom, like there's the Black Kingdom. It would be cool. Oh, it would be cool to have like like the Black Kingdom and White Kingdom, like, and then have like the White Kingdom turn into the, what do you call it, the White Forest, I believe, in the white version, like that like those post game areas. Or you could see, like early versions of key places like Castelia or Nimbasa, but in a more like feudal or kingdom style. Legends South America, and it's just us discovering Mew. That would also be cool. That would have been cool. I don't know if they would call it South America, but yeah, it would be cool to have like a Legends Mew. Which also leads me to another one where it's like, not a Legends game per se, but I would love a Pokemon game where like you get to see like the perspective of like the villains. Like you get to play as like a Team Rocket Grunt or something. I know there is a ROM hack that's literally that concept, but I would prefer that be an original, like an actual official game. That would be so cool. Like you get to be like, maybe you work as like a, maybe you work for like an organization instead. Or you know, a Pokemon game where like your choices actually affect, like you get to be, you don't have to just be a trainer. Like you could also be a Pokemon Ranger, you could be a Pokemon nurse, you could be like, you could work for like the international police or something like that. Like it's more of like a choice based thing. Like you get to actually, like you still get to explore and stuff like that, but you get to actually, you know, do different like occupations in the game. Like obviously the regular path would be like being a trainer and stuff like that. You're gonna head out. All right, see you later, Yami. Appreciate you stopping by. You have a great rest of your night. But yeah. Another idea that I would have for a Legends game is Legends Johto, of course. This time taking place in, well, this, but not like the Legends Celebi like I've seen some people talk about. I would rather maybe like like Legends Ho-Oh or Legends Ekritique instead, you know, because I mean Johto has some insane untapped lore, you know, with Ho-Oh and the legendary beasts and stuff like that. Like the burned and tin towered, you know, the creation of Raikou, Entei, and Suicune. You know, I think that would be interesting. But there wasn't even, the Barbaricles didn't even spawn. But yeah, or Ho-Oh abandoning humans, you know, early Ekritique culture. You could literally be around like when the tower fire happens, or you know, play in the era leading up to it. That would be cool. Okay, there's Venipede over there again. Oh, that's just an alpha. That was shiny. And then maybe like Celebi gives built-in time stuff without needing multiverse nonsense either. So that would be cool. And then my last idea, I know we had the remakes already, but it would be cool to have a Legends Hoenn game, you know, maybe something that takes place like maybe like a primal sea and land, or maybe like a Legends Reggie or something like that. Like Hoenn's ancient disasters tailor-made for this. You know, you can have the original clash of Groudon and Kyogre with humans trying to survive in a world shaped by primal weather. Or early versions of Sootopolis, Moss Deep, and so on, you know, before you know, before they're fully formed cities. Is it raining? Or the rain? Raindrops. And you can see like the create, or maybe like witness, or maybe for like a Legends game focused around the legendary titans, you can have, you know, you can witness the creation of the legendary titans and their sealed ruins, you know. That could be a core plot line. Oh, these are great, like, ideas, by the way. But yeah, since like Kalos, since Legends EA already gave Kalos and Lumiose their moment, you know, I think the next Legends game should be in Unova, Johto, or Hoenn. Unova for the original dragon concept, honestly. Yeah, Unova for the original dragon concept. Um, Johto for the burned tower and the legendary Hoenn for the primal Groudon and Kyogre era. You know, I think all three have crazy ancient lore, you know. Okay. I don't know. I'm just looking for, you know, little things to yap about while I stream. You know, keep the stream kind of active, you know, cuz one of the best, in my honest opinion, one of the best ways to grow on like Twitch and YouTube, if you're like if you're like a small streamer, is literally what's it called? It's literally acting like you have a big audience. Like, even if you only have 3 people, even if you only have like 3 people viewing your stream, it's always great to have, like, it's always great to act like, you know, you have millions of people watching you, or like thousands of people watching you. So, you know, I'm just looking for things to just kind of like yap about, to buy time and stuff like that. You know, hence why I was like thinking up like Pokemon related questions, you know, or just gaming questions in general. No Starmie? There is a Starmie there. Let's press the Y instead of the plus button. So floppy, yeah, that's a alpha floppy. You know, something I thought about, you know, like, if there's one thing that's been on my mind, or one thing I've been thinking about a lot, well, that I guess that would count as being on my mind. But one thing that has been kind of like on my brain recently is like how, you know, is like I see a lot of people critiquing like a lot of like the modern Pokemon designs and stuff like that. Yeah, I just think like I'm like, are Pokemon designs actually getting worse, or are people just nostalgic, you know? Because I feel like people only hype up the older gens because they grew up with them. Like, I think every gen has their hits and misses. I can't tell if you're shiny, you're not shiny. But yeah. I feel like people only hype up older generations because they grew up with them. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, like we've gotten some questionable designs lately. But I don't know, like when it comes to old designs or new designs, I prefer the old, or not the older ones. I prefer the newer ones, honestly. Like Gen 7, I always say this, Gen 7 is probably my favorite generation when it comes to Pokemon design in the modern ones. Like, let's be real, Gen 1 has some classics, but also some, you know, mid designs. But it has a lot of mid designs that we pretend are masterpieces because, you know, a lot of people grew up with them, you know? Like Muck, you know, it's literally just purple goo, you know? And this is coming from someone who really likes Muck, you know? But I'm just saying, like, Muck is literally just a pile of sludge. Voltorb is literally just a Pokeball with eyes. And Kanto has 6 different animals that are literally just big, bigger, and biggest, you know? And I think newer designs feel weirder because Game Freak has way more freedom now when it comes to designing, like their, you know, when it comes to the creature designs and stuff. You know, we're not stuck to animal plus element anymore. You know, Pokemon isn't just animal. It isn't just, oh, here's a lizard but with fire slapped on its tail like Charmander. You know, we have the futuristic paradox forms, we have mega evolutions, we have Gigantamax forms. They can push designs further because the graphics can actually keep up this time. I mean, look at Cinderace. You know, some people love it, some people hate it. Me personally, I hate it. But, you know, the design would have never, that design would have never existed in Generation 2 because the art direction back then was a lot more grounded, was a lot more simplistic and grounded. My personal take, the highs are higher and the lows are lower. That's my personal take. You know, like Gen 9 gave us peak Pokemon designs like Cerulege, Annihilate, Golden Go, but it also gave us Flamigo, which, you know, is just a flamingo that didn't even get a haircut, you know? It did, like, it's literally just a flamingo. I know I used one during my Scarlet and Violet playthrough, but that doesn't mean that I like it. I mean, imagine if Flamigo was released in Gen 1. People would probably call it a peak design, let's be real. But, yeah, Flamigo's one of those designs where it's like, yeah, I feel like they could have explored more with that concept. You know? And you know, the design philosophy shifts by the era, by each era, you know. You can literally see the art direction. You can literally see the art direction change every 2 to 3 generations. In generations 1 and 2, it was the designs were more grounded. They were more grounded and simple, you know. They were just simple animal design, like animal designs, you know, with the occasional object mon. Generations 3 through 5, you had a lot of Pokemon based off of mythical creatures, a lot of, you know, elemental creatures, a lot of sharp, especially Gen 5. Like Gen 5 had like a lot of sharp, like the designs were a lot sharper rather than like the simplistic roundedness, you know. Like generations 3, 4, and 5 have like the most personality compared to generations 2 and 1 and 2. Again, this isn't me crapping on generation 1 or 2. I'm just saying like that's just realistic. Generation 6 introduced mega evolutions and more dramatic silhouettes, you know. And then Generation 7 onwards, everything is more stylized. There's a lot more humanoid Pokemon. There's more expressiveness. Like, there's more expression in the designs. And there's more niche inspirations, you know? Like, compared to a Generation 1 Mon to... Comparing a Generation 1 Mon to a Gen 9 Mon is like comparing a flip phone to an iPhone 17 Pro, you know? Same concept, completely different design philosophy. And let's be real, like, I think and the issue with like the people who are like, oh yeah, I remember when Pokemon, like, the designs were a lot better back then. But here's the thing. In the modern era, like, you kind of have to be creative. There's over 1,000 Pokemon now. Of course they have to get weird sometimes. If they make another Fire Lion Pokemon or an Electric Tiger, people are gonna complain that it's repetitive, of course. You know, if they make something totally new. If they make something totally new, people say it's too weird because they're not familiar with the design. You know? We're at a point where if Game Freak made a normal dog again, the internet would... No, that's not shiny. But the internet would... If Pokemon made like a normal type dog, like Lillipup again, the internet would explode like, oh, Pokemon's running out of ideas. It's yet another dog. It's just a dog. You know, every generation has bangers. Every generation has misses. There's a lot of designs in in Generation 1, I love... trying to think of like all of like my favorites and least favorites. Like in Generation 1, I love... My favorite Pokemon is Pinsir, but I despise Jinx. Generation 2, Cyndaquil, of course. It introduced my favorite Pokemon of all time, Cyndaquil. But, you know, I don't really care for Stantler. I don't think it's a bad Pokemon, but, you know, I feel like... I don't think it's the worst, but it's really forgettable. Ugh, excuse me. You know, you have a boring design like Stantler, in my personal opinion. I was gonna say Ursaring, no. Gen 3, I love Swampert. Like, Gen 3 introduced Swampert, probably like in my top, like literally in my top 5 of favorite Pokemon designs. But like literally my favorite, like literally one of my top favorites when it comes to Pokemon design, but you know, it's not. But then you have a Pokemon like Medicham where I'm just like I just don't like it. It's one of those Pokemon where I just roll my eyes whenever it pops up. In Gen 4, you have cool Pokemon like Gliscor. Gen 4 probably is like my least favorite Pokemon when it comes to Pokemon designs, but you know, you have cool Pokemon like Gliscor, and then you have complete rubbish like I don't know, you have and then I think me personally I think Dialga is not really a good designed Pokemon. It's not bad, but you know, it's not my it's just not my favorite design wise. Gen 5, you know, one of my favorite Pokemon. Chandelure comes from Generation 5, but you know, a lot of the legendaries in that region I don't care for. Like I honestly I honestly couldn't care less about the I honestly couldn't care less about, you know, like the weather, like the forces of nature, you know. I don't care for the forces of nature. I think the genies are genuinely bad. Or don't even get me started on Throw and Suck, which are literally just dudes with freaking karate gi on. With like karate suits on. Generation 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 6, I think. Who's my favorite Pokemon from Gen 6? Probably like Aegislash or something. No, Noivern. Noivern is my favorite. Uh like Noivern is awesome, but then I think Hoopa Unbound is just complete rubbish. Even with Mega Evolutions. I know a lot of people like Mega Evolutions, but I feel like some of them are kind of just lame. Like, my favorite Mega Evolution of all time is Mega Pinsir, but I think my favorite Mega Evolution of all time is Pinsir, but my least favorite Mega Evolution is definitely Mega Latios and Latias. Even in recent gens, I love Mega Electros, but I don't like Mega Pyroar at all. I think it looks tacky. But there's someone out there who actually does like the design. Gen 7, Vikavolt is my favorite. Vikavolt is a masterpiece. But then what's a Pokemon from Gen 7? Crabominable. I don't care for Crabominable. Like if they erase Crabominable, I honestly if they replaced Crabominable from the games, I honestly wouldn't bat an eye. In Gen 8, I think Dracozolt is Dracozolt's honestly my favorite Pokemon from Gen 8. But you know, I don't like Pokemon like Cinderace. I think Cinderace is too humanoid for my liking. And then I lost my train of thought once again. Gen 9. Gen 9, I love hero form Palafin. And I also love Miraidon. Like literally those are like number 2 and number 3 in like my big 3 of Pokemon. My top 3 favorite Pokemon: Miraidon, Palafin, and Cyndaquil from least to greatest. But, you know, I don't care for, you know, Monkey Dory, for example. I do think it's just kind of a bleh design. But yeah, I'm willing to die on this hill. Every generation has something for everyone. Every generation has an S tier Pokemon, and every generation has a trash tier Pokemon. Whoa. Like glitched out for me. You know, you can't tell me I'm sorry, you can't tell me that Generation 1 is that no, Generation 8 is better than Generation no, no. You can't tell me that Generation 8 is worse than Generation 1 and when Generation 1 literally has a Pokemon named it has a seal, it has Seal named Seal and it's literally just a seal. You know? Okay, we got some Bunnelby there. Shiny Venipede's more of a orangey color. But yeah. I just listed off many multiple Pokemon that I think are, you know, that I think are S tier, and there's some that I think are trash tier. Personally, if you like them, more power to you. I'm not telling you to hate these Pokemon all of a sudden, but it's like, you know. One thing new Pokemon absolutely crush though is animation and personality. I mean, look at freaking Toadscruel. Look at Toadscruel, you know, or look at Toadscruel who literally no, Toad's cool that runs around like he's like a freaking Looney Tunes or like a SpongeBob character with his little Squidward looking self. Look at Graphite and look at Graphite, like it's an eye based on graffiti artists, you know? Look at Mabostiff, you know? Old gens couldn't do that, you know? So designs relied more on because they couldn't do that, so the designs relied more on simplicity. So yeah, that's kind of like my whole rant, I guess, like my whole yap session. Like, I don't think Pokemon designs are getting worse at all. I think they're actually evolving, improving, actually. You know, sometimes in a weird direction, but they're still improving, in my opinion. I do think that Pokemon designs are getting better for the most part. The truth is, the franchise is too big for every design to hit every fan, which is the beauty of Pokemon, in my opinion. While there's while some may hate Stunfisk, there's people like me who genuinely love it. You know, every Pokemon is someone's favorite. You know, my favorite is Cyndaquil. There's someone out there who loves Jinx. You know, and much power to them. I wish there were more people here so that way they could like just name off a Pokemon and I will just like go on my whole opinion on them. That would be a fun little, that'd be a fun idea. Thought for a split second that Barbaracle was shiny. Ooh, here's something I'm thinking about now. While I'm just running around looking for shinies. Type combinations. Like, why are there so many Pokemon typings that Game Freak just refuses to use, bro? Like, we're literally almost 30 years into this franchise, over 1,000 Pokemon deep, and somehow they're still allergic to certain type combos. Like, I think Ghost and Fighting is still underused, because we only have, like, I think the typing is insane. The typing is insane. It's strong offensively. It's strong offensively. And conceptually perfect. And yet, we only have one good example, that being Marshadow, I believe. Before that, nothing. Literally nothing. Like, Rock and Fighting is thematically perfect too, you know? Vengeful spirits, you know, you can tackle on vengeful spirits, martial arts spirits, haunted warriors and stuff like that. Let's see if we have a shiny. Nope. Haunted warriors and stuff like that. Great coverage, because fighting can cover Ghost's weakness to dark. The fighting part It will be immune to normal types, but super effective against normal types. It will be effective against steel, ice, rock, and so on. Like, there's so many. Like, maybe like a haunted monk Pokemon that actually like throws spiritual punches. Could also be one, could be a cool Mega Evolution or Paradox form or something. Oh wait, no. I don't want to heal my Mons. I just want to go on the bench. I just want to go on the bench. What? Oh, now Apple Music is giving me music recommendations. All right. No. Here is a typing. Here is a typing. Wait. Oh, I'm an idiot. Oh, never mind. We're good. We're good. I thought I already did like the nighttime cycle. But here is a typing that I am so surprised we don't have yet. And I honestly think they could have made Mega Delphox this. But Fire and Fairy, how do we still not have this typing? You know? How do we still not have this typing? This typing is broken in theory and beautiful in practice. But guess what? We still don't have a single regular, non-legendary, non-boss Fire and Fairy line. Like, it would be offensively insane. It destroys Dark, Bug, Grass, and Dragon, you know? And Ice, too, but nobody using Ice in competitive and all that. There's also some cool ideas, like, Fire Spirits, fire sprites, Phoenixes. Well, I mean, we already have 2 Phoenix Pokemon, so I guess that's not really the best example. But you know, there's many magical flame beings that exist. There's many flame-based magical beings that exist, and we still don't have a single one? Like, what? What madness is this? Like, the closest thing we had was Doxbun with its whole, which is a pure fairy type that's only immune to fire moves. And Delphox looking like it should have been Fire and Fairy. Yes, Fire and Psychic works too, but I think Fire and Fairy could have worked as well. Like, Fire and Fairy's right there. Game Freak is looking at it and just saying, nah. Like, come on, y'all. Lock in. And then there's... Well, I mean... the only Pokemon we have... The only Pokemon we have as fire... I mean, Gen 9, we just got a fire and grass and fire type with Scovillain. But, you know... Why did I do that? I did that by mistake. I was trying to move my controller from my thigh, and the thigh meat just kind of got rid of it. But you know, like, I think it's criminal that it took us until Scovillain to get this typing. Like, visually, it's unique, you know? They didn't have to do just a pepper Pokemon. They could have done something with, like, you know, burning vines, smoldering forest, or maybe, you know, like one of those base it off of one of those volcanic flowers. Uh, you know, I think it would break a lot of expectations besides pepper, you know. Could be a great early or mid game mon too. Perfect for a region based on like a volcanic jungle or tropical island too. Like a fern that ignites itself to grow new buds, like a phoenix plant Pokemon or something. I think that would have been cool. What about Dark and Steel? I know we have, I think the only Pokemon we have is the Ponyard line for Dark and Steel. Now that I'm like really thinking about it. But yeah, imagine if this typing wasn't just locked to the edgy samurais, honestly. Like, it's one of the best defensive typings in the entire franchise, if you ask me. Great for like assassin, thief, armored warriors, or like corrupted knights or whatever. Oh, there's a Venipede, an alpha Venipede over there. It's a thick one. Could also work for tech-themed Pokemon, like robot thieves, steal, like stealth drones and stuff like that. I think that would be a cool concept. Now, why does Bug and Dragon not exist? I'm honestly surprised that we've had Pokemon like Flygon. We've had Pokemon like Flygon and Yanmega, and I'm surprised none of those Pokemon became Bug and Dragon. Like Game Freak, like the craziest thing is like Game Freak has given us like 14, not okay, maybe not literally 14, but we have a lot. Game Freak will give us 14 Bug and Flying Pokemon per generation, but refuse to make the ultimate GOAT concept, and I thought that Froakie was shiny for a split second. Oh my goodness, my heart jumped. Oh, my heart jumped. That ain't good. My heart jumped, chat. I need to calm down. But yeah, like the typing, I mean, they refuse. I'm surprised, like we had Yanmega, right? We had Yanmega, but a literal dragonfly, but they didn't make it. Like, dude, we could have had a literal dragonfly dragon. Like, it writes itself, dragonflies, mantises, like some type of beetle beast, like a beetle dragon would have been cool. Like, I'm honestly surprised that we haven't gotten that yet. Bug desperately needs more high tier representatives too. Like, I could imagine I can imagine, and that could easily be a pseudo legendary too. That could easily be a pseudo legendary, if you ask me. Oh, and a Bellsprout and a Bunnelby. None of those are shiny. I think I recently got a shiny Bellsprout in. Is that a the holy trifecta of an alpha? Of Alpha Venipede, Alpha Bunnelby, and Alpha Bellsprout. What is this madness? What madness is this, bro? And then... Ooh. Oh, whoops. Went to the wrong scene. Normal and Ghost. We finally got Normal and Ghost back in Gen 8 with Hisuian... Shoot, what's his name? Hisuian, Zoroark, and Zorua, right? Yeah, Hisuian, Zoroark, and Zorua. But we need more. Like, the typing is too good to waste, man. It's immune to normal, fighting, and ghost. You know how busted that is? You know how busted that is? It's perfect for, like, Liminal, Eerie, half their Pokemon, too. Could be a cool early Root Surprise evolution as well. Like, that would be so cool. And then... I think we could use some more water and bug types. There's so many cool, like, aquatic bugs. I mean, yes, we do have... we do have water and bug. But, like... Yes, we do have some water and bug types, but, I mean... Surskit, as cool as Golisopod and Araquanid are, I mean, they're literally... Like, they're literally in my top 100 favorites. Like, I think we could use some... You know, there's some cool potential. We do have... Like, there's insane potential for aquatic insects, you know? We could have another Water Strider Pokemon. We can, I mean, what's stopping them from making another Water Strider Pokemon? Or, hell, maybe even like a regional variant of Skorupi? Like, make a Water Scorpion or something? Or Diving Beetles, those guys are pretty cool. Could even lead to some sick Mega Evolutions or, you know, regional variants as well. I think that would be cool. And then ice. Honestly, some more ice combos would be cool. Ice and literally anything that isn't trashed here. Like, ice is the most disrespected type. The only ice and steel type is Alolan Sandshrew and Alolan Sandslash. Ice and fire is only, we only have Galarian Darmanitan Zen mode. We don't have an ice and poison type. Ice and fighting is a super sick idea, but we have Crabominable, unfortunately, as our only one. Ice and Dark is very limited with Sneasel and Weavile and Qianpao, of course. Like, ice types have the coolest concepts. Yeah, ice types have the coolest concepts. And Game Freak treats them like they owe them money or something. I'm honestly surprised that Glalie was in part Dark type. Or even Rock. Yeah, Pokemon has over 1,000 creatures now, but there's still so many typing combos that they barely explore. I think Game Freak should start embracing. I think Game Freak just needs to start embracing, you know, the weirder combos instead of just giving us another normal and flying bird for, you know, every generation, or another bug and flying type that faints if you sneeze at it, you know? I'll give it like a couple. I'll give it like a couple more minutes. I was just trying to see like the time and stuff like that. Well, I mean, I could clearly see on my MacBook and all that, but you know, sometimes I also think of like Ash, and I'm like I really think that Ash should have left the anime way, like, years before Pokemon Journeys. Not because, you know, not because he's bad, not because he was like a bad character or anything. It's just that the writers just ran out of things to do with him, you know? Also, like I said, Pokemon designs are not getting worse, contrary to what people say. It's just fans just don't like change. Most bad designs today would have been considered peak back in the 90s. I promise you that. Hold on, chat. bad about that. I was messaging someone. We good now? You're like 8. We'll probably end at like 8 minutes. Give it like 8 more minutes. Oh, what am I doing? But yeah. No. Oh. But oh yeah, let me get that. Let me get that. But yeah, from worst to best, it goes in like order of introduction: Mega Evolution, Z moves, Dynamax, and Terastallization. Yeah, I'll do one more cycle. I'll do one more cycle and hunt. And then once daytime comes in this game, once the daytime comes in this game, I'll get out of here. But yeah. In my honest opinion, like, Mega Evolution was honestly the worst gimmick. Like, it's not bad. It's just my least favorite gimmick personally. Like, Megas look cool, right? But that's just about it. Like, because my thing with Mega Evolution was that we had some great design concepts. It was a great concept, but terrible execution. Because, like, the designs were overall good. The designs were good, but the balance was just terrible. Like, Mega Evolutions look cool, but that's about it. But competitively and creatively, they just caused more problems than anything, in my opinion. Like, only a handful of Pokemon got benefits from Mega Evolution, while a good 90% were left out entirely. And Game Freak clearly hated how restrictive it was since they dumped it immediately after Gen 6. I mean, they brought it back for Legends EA, because, I mean, let's be real. I mean, we're gonna have new Mega Evolutions, obviously, so Mega Evolutions are gonna have to come back for the Kalos game. So but yeah, I think they were too exclusive, like only like they were too exclusive, like only certain Pokemon got a Mega Evolution. Some Megas invalidated the entire, in my opinion, they invalidated the entire meta. Stat inflation made balance basically impossible, like non-existent. It was great for fan service. It was great for fan service, but terrible long-term design. It locks a Pokemon into one item slot forever, you know. And before Generation 9, the Gen 6 Mega Evolutions were just kind of boring in my opinion. Like, oh, they get a boost in attack and speed or whatever, and they get spikier. I don't hate Mega Evolution. I just think that they're overrated. Cool concept, bad. Like I said, Cool concept, terrible execution. Okay, that's a regular Starmie. What about that Starmie over there? Starmie, I need to see the front of you. I can't even see the Starmie. Oh, there you are. Z moves I actually do like more than Mega Evolutions, but like they were a cool concept, but meh execution as well. Like they suffer from the same thing as Mega Evolutions for me. Cool concept like having like an ultimate attack or whatever, but kind of a meh concept. Like Z moves had potential, but they were just too one and done. You know, you hit one massive nuke per battle and that's it. You know? The animations were fun, you know, the first time, but after that it was just a setup button, you know. Extremely overpowered and competitive. It had some cool lore, you know, with the Z power and, you know, the island trials. I almost said the item trials. You know, to, but there were too many exclusive moves for a specific species, which I thought was kind of redundant. I mean, I guess it made sense, so like not every single Pokemon was like, so you know, not every single Pokemon like it didn't feel like repetitive each time. But yeah, it didn't change your strategy in the long term. Like it was pretty obvious who would have the Mega Evolution or not Mega Evolution. Same thing with Mega Evolutions. It was it was kind of it didn't really affect it didn't really change your strategy in the long term. It was just big move go burr, you know. And it was just a super move instead of like a transformation. So, yeah. Next is Dynamax and Gigantamax, and I honestly think it was the most fun gimmick, even if it is broken. Even if it was broken. Like Dynamax is dumb, but it's fun. It's the fun type of dumb, you know? It's the only gimmick that genuinely made battles feel huge and cinematic, in my honest opinion. Like, out of all of the power-up gimmicks, it's the only one that actually felt huge and cinematic. You know, turning my Pokemon into these giant skyscraper, like, scaled titans. These giant kaiju-sized critters to fight against each other. And Gmax forms added, you know, personality without the Gigantamax forms added some personality without being exclusive to specific Pokemon like Megas. You know, they look cool. I honestly think I honestly think I honestly think Dynamax raids were the coolest things ever. It gave every Pokemon actually got access to it this time around. Well, Z-moves were the same too. I like that every Pokemon had access to it, and that was kind of my issue with Megas. Like, you know, unlike Terrastal and Dynamax and Z-moves, like, not every single Pokemon had access to it. The Gmax designs were very creative. I like the concept of just exaggerating a specific body part of the Pokemon rather than just, oh, let me just add spikes. And, you know, amazing for casual play and chaotic for competitive. Like, like Dynamax basically said, what if we took your Pikachu and made it skyscraper sized, you know? And then, in my opinion, terrestrialization is just absolutely peak. Absolutely peak. Terrestrial, Terrestrial, in my honest opinion, is easily the best gimmick we've ever gotten. It actually solves problems instead of creating them, you know? Changing your type mid-battle isn't just flashy, you know? It adds actual strategy. It's simple, it's flexible, and it gives every Pokemon a chance to shine. You can take something mid and turn it into a monster with the right Terra type, and almost every Pokemon benefits from it. You know, not just the chosen few, aka Megas and Gigantamax and all of that. It made weak Pokemon viable. You know, it made a couple weak Pokemon actually viable. It forced it forces mind games because you never know who's going to terrestrialize and who's not. It works in single player and in VGC. Like, it works in singles and VGC. It looks clean without being intrusive, and there's no bloat like Mega Stats or Dynamax HP, you know? And it also reminds me of like the whole Delta type thing from the TCG, like how there was like how you could have like a fire type Ekans card. I always thought that was pretty cool. Look, we should bring those back, like Delta Pokemon. That would be dope. I just realized I've been streaming for almost 4 hours. We actually might reach that 4-hour thing. Yeah, we might actually reach the 4 hours. But yeah, ranking is simple. Like, terrestrialization, in my opinion, is the best because, you know, it actually adds strategy. It actually adds strategy and helps almost every Pokemon. Dynamax is second because it's fun and universal. Z moves are third because they're cool but kind of shallow. Like, you get kind of tired of them after a bit. And Mega Evolution is last because it's exclusive. It's exclusive, it's imbalanced, and limits design space. Good nostalgia, but bad long-term mechanic. Let me see if there's one. If there's like an alpha. I know that's not a shiny. It's not. I thought it was a shiny. Bellsprout for a split second, but it's not. Okay. No issue. But Generation 9 has changed my opinion a little bit on Megas. I don't think they're the best gimmick, but I do like majority of the new Mega Evolutions, so yay. Apparently, we're supposed to be getting a Mewtwo event, like a Mewtwo side mission. I do like how we're getting like these little things with side missions and stuff like that. I think that's pretty cool. Also, I wonder. Oh, I do have Diancie in the Pokedex. Okay. I do like that just having the Mega Stone registers it into your Pokedex without you actually having to Mega Evolve the Pokemon. Which, I need to go ahead and just buy all of the Mega Stones. I don't know what I'm waiting for. So I can get points for my research tasks. Because I do need to get to 50. I'm at 43 at the moment. I'm gonna take me a little shower after I'm done. Take me a little shower, then eat some then eat something like a grilled cheese sandwich or something. Yo, I should make me some sausages too. Like the little breakfast sausages. Oh my goodness, those things are for I don't know who made those. I like the maple infused ones, bro. The maple fused ones are so good for no reason. Like it should be criminal for how it should be illegal for how good those are. It's the same thing with frozen yogurt. Like, oh my god, whoever invented frozen yogurt needs to be arrested for making something so delicious. Like it's not fair. And you want to know what sucks? There's no frozen yogurt place in my city no more. We had this awesome one called Yo-Yo's. It was so good. But then apparently it got closed down and then it was replaced by this freaking macaroni bar that no one goes to. Dude, me and my friend, we've went there so many times. Like we've looked inside, we've looked inside and literally the only people who are in there are, what are they called? The only people in there are the only people in there are the employees who work there. That's it. It's just the employees who work there. Crazy, right? All right, new day's dawning, so that is going to conclude today's stream. At least we didn't leave empty. We didn't end the stream empty-handed. We got ourselves a shiny Malamar. So, I'm happy with what we got. So, if you guys enjoyed this stream, be sure to leave a like if you guys are watching on YouTube. Be sure to also... Wait, one more check. Also, be sure to subscribe if you guys are brand new. For those of you on Twitch, be sure to give me a follow instead. If you guys want to stay connected with me on like my social media and stuff like that. Links to those are in my Twitch bio or in the description down below if you guys are watching on YouTube. But yeah, I love you all, and I will see you guys on the next stream. But until then, stay chill, Army.